Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? And why is it great and amazing? Because you are streaming. That is true. Sleep check? I slept okay. I slept okay today. May we see your beautiful face? No, but you can see my ugly mug. Hello! Morning, chat. How do you do? New land and new sensations. Why the fuck is she in Fontaine? Okay. He's spreading Chinese opera to Fontaine, I guess. Based. Anyways, chat! I've got news for you. I want you to look at this, okay? Bam, 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 bam. God, I've 100% in that one. Pat, how does that make you feel? Minecraft off-camera mining. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, today is not contention. Court of Fontaine at 95. We don't talk about that, man. I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to get that one to 100, honestly. Alright. Do we go for this? No. We'll do the smart thing. By the way, chat, I might have to level Linny if I want to prepare for co-op. Because, like, I realized I do not own a lot of good co-op characters. Or, like, I don't have a lot of good co-op characters built. A lot of the characters I have are either not, like, that are good for co-op, or either, like, a lot of the characters I have are either bad for co-op, or... Words are hard, dude. The good characters for co-op, most of them are either not built, or I don't have. That's what I was trying to say. Took us a while, but we got there.
Stop right there. Coach will take it from here. Let's move. Wrath of the sky. Show me your move. By my spark, the night burns.
Oh my god. New voice line? Is Yanfei good in co-op? Yeah, when you look at the characters that I have that are, like, good in co-op, I guess I have Chaska, which is nice. Obviously, Farina Bennett. But Linny, not really built. I don't have Ganyu. Molani is okay. Maika, fine. You have Scrolls Varisa. Buddy, my Scrolls Varisa has 121% crit rate, okay? That doesn't really work, alright? Why me? Did he just dodge it? No, Navia. Navia's not particularly good in co-op, though. Did the rank thing from yesterday change your mind about anything for co-op? I don't think so. Like, you looked at the characters they use, and it was mostly the characters that I thought that I talked about already being good. They changed the 5.7 Abyss, and oh boy. Oh no. What did they do? Wyub is what they did. Wyubs are fine though, no? I'm confused. That's fine. Who cares? They're in the same wave? Oh. Never mind. Yeah, that fucking sucks, actually.
You still have a special place in my heart.
Controlled breathing. Pyroclastic surge. Why me?
Oh my god, fucking nice little transmission.
Look out below. Hero incoming. Headbutt. You asked for it. Start them. Light it up. Light up the blazing sun. Why me?
Fucking nice little transmission.
Heads up.
Oh, we get a Berserker's Indigo Feather. We got 2 Berserker's artifacts. That's wild. You know, maybe I don't mind this ley line then. Like, sure, it's like the hardest ley line in the game. But if it's gonna give, if it's 6 enemies that can drop artifacts, I can't complain.
Heads up. Drop your weapon. Faster. Stronger. On foot. Burn it down. Hero incoming.
Hmm. Oh yeah, we gotta record the Escoffier post-release. Shit, I forgot. Escoffier post-release day. Alright. Alright. I'm glad I remembered.
Why me?
Why me?
Show me your moves. Hands where I can see 'em. Stop right there.
No one saw that.
Wrath from the sky. It's justice o'clock.
That's all I've got.
Right? Beige business. Thank you for the nice old transmission. That's amazing. I heckin' love nice old transmission. It is my favorite Natlin mechanic. Huge. All right. What do you mean, biggest Farina fan on Earth?
Hands where I can see 'em. Final warning. Quick as a flash. Burn it down. Light up the blazing time. Headbutt.
Finale of the Deed does lose value if you burst every other rotation, or burst every start of chamber. When using an elemental skill. I guess that's fine. Now that I think about it, actually, I guess that's fine. If you open your chamber with a holdy, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. I take it back. Okay, by the way, am I the only person who gets really annoyed when Malika locks your camera for no fucking reason? After you, like, change the bike mode from, like, flying to driving, or from climbing to flying.
This was new.
Alright. Why me?
Gotta steer clear of other people. Gotta steer clear of other people. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Quick as a flash. Let's wrap for the sky. Ready? Time.
I will.
Justice o'clock.
Alright. And that's our daily resin spent. Oh, I should fix the Spotify thing, huh? Sit by myself. Are you proud of me, chat? Excel jam, true. One day, I know it hurts. Everybody goes. Man, such a fucking banger. Reverse build. There's 100.4 crit rate, 173.6 crit damage on Long Night South. Decent amount of attack percent substats. Bit of ER. 21% attack here. One roll of attack here. Wish that this was on set, man. Sure, your damage on support Versa build. My support Versa build isn't very good though. My I need a good crit damage circlet on Cinder City.
Add Astro. Thank you for complete. Add Astro.
Are you done farming artifacts for Skirk? I mean, yeah. If they don't change her, like, in a major way, her best set is Marie-José, and I have some pretty fucking good Marie-José already. Alright. 3, 4, 8 rolls. 8 rolls, 16. 6 rolls, 22. 6 rolls, 28. 5 rolls, 33. The only problem is my goblet isn't the best. Don't you overcap on crit rate? This amount of crit rate slightly overcaps when I use Mona C4. But it's not that big of a deal. Man, why did this have to roll HP? Maj. Pissed off. So her 33 GOOOO weapon is basically useless? No, her weapon is good enough that if you have it, you'd rather use that weapon with a different set instead of a different weapon with Marie-José. Oh, is that Friendship 10? Fuck. Took us a fucking while, man. Holy. Chat, now that I'm a Veresa main, should I change my... What is that? Crest of Artifice. Where's that from? Is that from, Sea of Bygone Eras? Or Petrichor? Because I did a bunch of Petrichor exploration. I'm now at 97. I was at like 30 yesterday. I did that off stream. I think it's time to change my avatar to Verissa. Her face looks so fucking dumb, actually. Fuck. We can't. Dude. Fuck. But her name card has nothing on Citlali's name card, man. I guess it's not awful, actually. It is kind of cute. But it's not nearly as cute. Like, look at this. I can't bench this. I can't. By the way, guys, you wanna know something funny? I'm actually pretty sure I haven't even put Aoife in my party yet. The batter's almost gone. I don't think I've put him in my party a single time yet. Should we keep it like that? I think that's kind of funny. I will get him to 20 for the one wish, though. Because it's very cheap. Never mind. Cooked. Who reveals stuff here? I'm not sure where it is. Oh my god. Kenichi Molani Kachina.
Let's
Alright. We get the one wish. Tifa maxed, true. Teapot capped. What the? How do you know? It's blue? Does it change color when it's capped?
This realm is
Did you guys know that? Is this what is this esoteric knowledge? What the hell is this esoteric knowledge? I make 200k more right now, but that's not smart.
if you ever
Alright, chat. You know what we're gonna do, actually? Let's finish all the Pyroculi on the map. That's what we're gonna do. Move the cam back? Yeah, I should do that. That's smart. Well, I'll put it here, actually.
hurry up, Brassa.
But in order to do that, we need to get some more of these. So let's go do that. Stupid ass game. You do the touch off quest? No, I didn't finish it. We'll do that today as well, I think. And we'll also do the SKIRK YAP post release. This is gonna be a long stream today.
Let's ride. Carving way. Woohoo!
Max statue for now is level 8, 30 out of 38, by the way. Alright, that's good to know. That means I'm not gonna get another level, because I think I'm already level 8. I'm actually kind of curious how many I'm missing. Missing 17. Okay. So... $17 times 5 is 80... 85?
Why me?
Get back on track. I guess I don't even need to swap to Molani. It's probably faster to just stay on Veresa because she's faster on water than Molani is. She can't stay on water as long, but there's so many things that restore Phlogiston here that it doesn't matter. What's the upgrade order for Escoffier? It kind of depends, but generally C1 and R1 are fairly similar, with C1 being slightly better, but R1 being a lot more versatile, because C1 is only for Escoffier's cryo teams, but R1 is good for Escoffier's non-cryo teams, but also it's a good weapon on Chevreuse and it's a good weapon on Yonsan. And then, what's our C2 again? I forgot. Oh, there's a fucking... Oh. Isn't it the quills? It might be. I forgot about the C2. I don't remember how good it is. Probably pretty decent.
Running late again.
But what the fuck is this place?
Did that grow out of the ground? Hurry up, Grassa!
Huh. I guess I came here a long ass time ago, but I just skipped every chest in sight. Oh, Pyroculus. Or Poggin. Eee! Ah! Woo!
Hurry up, Grassa!
I need to de-aggro these guys. I think the fastest way is just gonna be killing them. Sorry. I apologize. I swear, this was not of my own volition. You forced my hand.
Running late again.
I'm still aggro. That pisses me off.
Let's run.
Ah! Why the fuck wasn't she flying?
Stop me.
Okay. Average exploration with Mawika experience.
Carbon wave.
What the fuck is going? What the fuck is this, dude? What is there something? I mean, like, I guess it's just high hydro res. Yeah, that's true. So.
Look out below. Woo.
Okay. Don't. Not bad. Oh well. Oh, there's some of them right here. let's heal up a little. I wonder if there's a quest or some shit. No. Alright. Sick. Who are you collecting these for? I'm collecting them not for a character, but for my exploration. They're the materials that you need for the Oculi Resonance Stones. And I want to get all of the remaining Pyroculi on my map.
Why me?
Why me?
Here I go. Let's roll. Why me? Running late again.
That's annoying.
Why me?
Why me?
Let's roll. Off we go. Why me?
Is Aoife a better single target hyper carry than Wanderer? No, he's not.
Show me your move.
I understand why you're asking, right? Yeah, like, yeah, you get to not use a healer, but getting to not use a healer is not much of an upside. And unfortunately, Aoife is actually, like, noticeably worse than Wanderer in damage. Or I guess fortunately, because otherwise it would be very tragic for Wanderer players.
Heads up. Final warning.
I kind of expected the gun to do some more work than that. But I guess not.
Running late again. Huh? Who's this cut? Hurry up, Grassa.
What are the top 3/top 5 exploration characters in my opinion? That's a good question. I think it depends on where you're exploring. I think Shilonen is always in the top 3. I think Verisa probably also is always in the top 3. But then the last one of the top 3 depends on where you're exploring. It's something between Yelan, Farina.
My parents always say
Tosca, Malika.
you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal.
Because, like, Yelan has some traversal, plus she's a bow user.
Right up high, then squash it all down.
Chaska is the best at traversing, like, horizontal distances in the air. Malika's very versatile for the stuff she can do. And she's pyro for, like, all the torch puzzles. Who else did I say? Shenyan. I mean, I feel like even in the places where Shenyan's good, Chilonen's just better. Farina is actually so goated when you're exploring in Fontaine and you have to do some Uzia or Pneuma puzzles and then you get to just change Farina's mode at normal attack and you can just skip the whole ass puzzle. Alright, I think that's it. I think I've cleaned out my map now. Of those. The next is the berries. You can also collect these flowers in the sub-area. Which sub-area? This one? I don't think so. Is Oron good at exploration? Not really, no. Okay. We're gonna want Ilona on the team. I guess we can keep Mawika so we can Nightfall Transmission our exploration stuff. I wonder if these are the berries. Maybe. I don't care. We'll get back to it later. Ilona has been on my overworld team since 2.7, so she combines moving and killing trash. Honestly, though, I feel like there's just such little value in Yulon now that Verissa exists. Because she does both moving and killing trash better than Yulon does. Yulon still has the upside of being a bow user, though. Which is nice. But you have 4 slots on your team. So, yeah. I don't have Verissa, yeah. The fact that Verissa doesn't get fucking completely cooked by small mounds of dirt is also so fucking nice compared to Yulon. Oh, fell on a branch. Céline, ma tête, tu prends des vestes au vestiaire. Arlette, arrête, tu la passes aux toilettes. They fixed that. I used Yulon and Sumeru a few days ago, and no, they did not fix that, buddy. They might have made it better, I don't know, but it's certainly not actually fixed. Does Verissa have a premium team? Premium Verissa is like C6 Yonsan, C6 Chevreuse Malika. But the constellations and the 4 stars are a lot more important than the Malika is. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the capybara. I thought you could break these things, but I guess not.
Late again.
Let's hope you pull it.
All right.
See, Juma, it would be a Bracer Premium. Usually when I hear the phrase premium to describe a character's teams, I assume that people mean the strongest team, assuming you have every character, not the strongest team for whales. Where the fuck is my mouse? Can you let me indwell, please? Thank you. I don't know where that came from, but hog. Do you think Wolfang would be good for Skirk? No. No, Wolfang is bad for Skirk. Skirk's damage is normal attack damage, so Wolfang doesn't affect it. Are you a fan of SKD Story Quest? I haven't done it yet. This is bringing us real fucking far, man. What the hell? I wasn't expecting this much of a fucking drift. Holy. My goodness. You missed one. Cooked. Is there a reward for getting all of them? Or was 90 out of 91 enough?
Grow out of the ground?
90 out of 91 was enough. Alright, sick. New collection area marked. Really? Oh, it's because there's some over there. I see.
Why me? Get back on track.
Alright.
Hurry up, Grassa.
New collection area marked. Page. What are these berries for? They're not for a character, they're for my exploration. They're the material you need for the Oculus Resonance Stone. Why are there just fucking random ass berries on the ground? Maybe a chest is gonna spawn if I take everything. Who knows? There was a chest in like the middle of Notland that spawns after you steal every egg. And then angry people are like, why would you do this? And then they spawn and then you have to kill them. Banger chest, honestly. Oh, fuck. Oh, Malito, why would you aggro that? Stupid fucking idiot. Now that there's co-op content, do you think more people will wish for Drone Lease than before? No. I think they're just gonna fucking give us actual good co-op shielders instead. What the fuck is Banana doing here? Nothing. Okay. Sick. Is there more anywhere? Yes. There is more.
Hurry up, Brassa!
We probably have enough now, but I might as well finish. What's the best way of getting here? Probably dropping down from... Oh, wait. This waypoint's already in there. Never mind. No, it's not here. Yes, it is here. No, it's not. Probably from...
Let's run!
Okay, fuck. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I think I'm just gonna give up on this one. Oh, I know I already have enough anyways, so... Why did I do that? So, it was 17, but I picked one up already, so we're gonna need 16. But we might get one on the way to another one, so let's make 15. Or like, let's start with 10, and just come back later, actually. It's probably better like that. Oh my god, yeah. We got a lot out of this, huh? Minus 5k Mora. Alright. We gotta figure out where this is gonna be. It's supposed to be down. This elevation. Up. So it might be in there? I should have Chaska for this. We'll keep that.
Chamber full and ready to roll.
But I feel like it's gonna be that way.
Let's burn this bruise.
Yeah, it's right over there. I see it. It was indeed that way. Let's try to get a good angle for Chaska climbing. Yeah. Oh. I wonder if there's a chest hidden somewhere here. There might be, but who cares? Alright. Oh, right, I forgot. You gotta wait out the cooldown. Fuck. I shouldn't have found it so fast. Cooked. Get Eat Lolly for those. Yeah, but I don't get anything from it, do I? So there's no point. But I might as well, I guess. I don't need Moika here.
I'm never late.
Use compass. I guess I could check if there's anything here with a compass. There isn't. Alright, next one is over here. Let's check the elevation. It's higher than this. Okay, so it'll be pretty easy to find then. It's right over there. I see it. Right, I see it already. Now we gotta wait for 100 seconds, I guess. Shit. So, chat, how are you doing? Hold Z. No, I don't want to. Because I don't want to make this notification disappear. And I feel like if I set this up, it will. Does he have all the duelist achievements? No, I do not. I haven't bothered with it yet. Fight the Fatui? Is that like an actual fight? Or are these random enemies? If it's an actual fight, I have to change my team. That's kind of cooked, right? Because you need Pyro, Hydro, and Cryo. If they're local legend... Wait, if I use an animal unit, I deal with the Cryo Shield and the Electro Shield. But not with the Pyro one. So we'd need... Okay. Maybe that will be able to do it pretty easily with this. But I might die. Let's use Zhongli. I don't think I've killed them before. So...
Well, look who's here. Bow your head.
That's not Kilonin.
Strike a pose.
Stabilize.
Let the world come.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
I need the Cryo one to come next to the other ones. As long as it doesn't... Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I guess I was out of range.
Storm my night.
Bow your head.
Time to shine.
Solidify. Silence. Gather. Be humble.
This might be a problem. Oh, it's fine. They don't respawn if I leave, right?
Stabilize. One with nature.
Oh, fuck you.
Be sanctified.
Okay, so now I need something that has both Cryo and... No. I'll kill the Electro one real quick. They do? Oh. Well, it's fine. I have a decent amount of shred.
One with wind and cloud. Time to shine. Strike a pop.
It'll take a while, but it won't take forever.
Gather. The time is beckoning. Order guide you.
Fallen leaves adorn my
Bow your head.
What?
Comes in. I shall
Oh, I guess he deals damage when he dies. That's kind of unlucky.
stabilize.
shower you praise. The wind knows me.
Settle down.
Bro, can you, like, stop spraying for 1 goddamn second?
Gather.
Into the wind.
Be sanctified.
The wind knows me.
Silence.
Like I said, it takes a while, but it's not completely... Like, it's just... I can't go close to him because this spray isn't really dodgeable, and it fucking one-shots me. Which is really annoying.
Settle down. The time is beckoning. Silence. Stabilize.
Into the wind.
I missed.
Clouds high.
That's fine. Just got it. I should have just brought a pyro instead of relying on...
Settle down.
It's fine. We got it. Right, I forgot. I forgot. They fucking kill you when they die! Whatever, man. Can I go pick up the mats, or, like, are you... Thank you. First, let's go heal. Didn't get the achievement? I did get an achievement. Look at the next achievement. I mean, I don't care that much. The achievement, which is you need to kill all of them within 10 seconds. I mean, that's probably not that hard. It's just gonna take a long time to set up. Why did he use Zhongli instead of Lanyan? What does Lanyan provide to this team?
Is it
Animal resonance? Huge. Alright. Let's see the elevation of this one. Oh, fuck you. We're zoomed in so we don't see the elevation. I hate the fact that the map zooms in when you're in a city. Well, like, who is actually happy because of that, ever? Okay. That's right there. There's a chest there. Oh, it looks like there is a rock missing. It's probably it's probably that rock. There's also a thing over there, but I don't care. There's another chest. I don't care that much. I already have 100% in the area. So it's up. I'm guessing it's gonna be... here. Yeah. Alright. Well, that was cool. Now we wait 60 seconds. Riveting gameplay. What is this thumbnail, man? Collect Verissa flowers for SKIRK? That's a smart thing to do. I should do that. Why isn't it pathing me? Wait, no, never mind. I'm an idiot. So it's up from here. Let's take this. It's down from here, though. Interesting.
Why me?
There's a quest here. Oh, Akatanga, what's up? Quest Jeff? Yes, sir. I just want to at least pick up the quest. I might not do the full thing, but I'll at least pick it up. Middle of the scene. And bait where the antagonist enters from. Guide the antagonist towards the barrel. Place the barrel. Not the most suitable. What? But you said middle of the scene. Oh, further away from the camera. I didn't see further away from the camera. Okay. The bait. Here. Yo. Why'd you start to? Why'd you decide to start questing now? Because I need the Mora. Not even for primos, no. As long as you don't reach 0 primos, there's no difference between primos you have and primos that are available for you to obtain on your map, right? And while it's the same thing for Mora, I haven't gotten anywhere close to 0 primos in years. Oh. Fuck, I'm an idiot. I didn't realize. I thought I just had to kill it. Oopsie. But I've gotten to zero Mora many times. Would you convert Primos for Mora? No. No, I would not. Yeah, like you can. You can refresh and do more ley lines. But I don't think it's worth it. I mean, okay, if I could get 10 million Mora for one Primo Gem, I would. But... Alright. How much Mora was that? 26k, my goat. Alright. Let's get the... Oh, there's another one in this area. Huh. What? I did not press map! The fuck? Okay, it's lower. Right here. Is that a Mora thingy? No. That's an enemy. I thought it was a Mora thingy. Wait, no!
Alright, let's
It is a Mora thingy! There was both an enemy and a Mora thingy.
That was quick. Alright, let's finish this fast.
Okay. Now, while this is on cooldown, we go pick up some flowers.
Late again.
Oh, I need, I guess we bench Mawika for now.
It's as good as done.
Look out below. Let's go.
Why are you doing this?
Gotta steer clear of other people.
It's right there. Oh, there's also a bowl. Mess with the bull and you get the horns. Are you Alistar's VA? Yeah, that's me. This is not the Zajef I know. He's been replaced by aliens. What makes you say that? How did you know?
Hurry up, Grassa. Kapow!
I thought I was hiding it well. No Excel sheet. Damn it. Is it because the song that's playing is not a song from Skeleton? That's probably how you got me. The real Zajef would never explore this much. That's not true.
Time to roll.
There's a reason why they call me Zajef the Explorer. And you do well to remember that. Are you cousins with Dora? No. Dora's my pupil. She learned everything she knows from me. The Explorer is not a title that's passed down from parents to children. It's a title that's passed down from master to pupil.
Hurry up, Grassa.
What elevation is it? Higher. Oh. Over there. Well, I guess we got a challenge we can do, huh? We do our challenge. I'll show you. Let's check. The fact that I got this quest just from being here means I probably haven't been here before. Okay. I was too optimistic. So what are we trying to do? Destroy all the jars. Oh. E. I think I missed some. Oh no, they're over there. Holy. Come back later and check.
So
Is this real-time wait? Yeah, it's real-time wait. Damn. Cooked. Should have marked it on the map, huh? Where was it? I forgot. Oh well. GG.
let's burn.
Higher than this? This looks like it's destroyable.
Hurry up, Grassa.
Ah! I'm up. Ah! Okay.
All right.
I wonder how high this is. It's probably real high, huh?
All right.
TP above and drop down. That sounds smart. You're an intelligent guy, aren't you? Ain't you? gonna die, aren't I? Oh no. Light Soul Transmission, save me! Okay, we've survived. Oh my god. Why does Shilonen's burst flip your camera 180 degrees? Why would it do that? Oh, I'm not healing. Fuck. It's all Kanicha's fault. Let me get him the fuck out of my team. I'm putting Milani back, man. So you guys said that you can get to 30 out of 38, right? And we are currently at 24. So we need 6 more.
Hurry up, Grassa!
I wonder how that's changed. Maybe I should have kept Kanich. Whatever. This is probably gonna be faster than swapping to him. I don't know, let me think. Yeah, I mean, bosses have been so character specific lately that it just really depends on what your abyss is. Like, if it's a good abyss from Milani, Milani's pretty good. But if it's not, Milani's completely dog shit. Surely Nahida and some Hydro so you can just run Hyperloom both sides. Nahida's fine, but the base HP is starting to get to the point where with Hyperloom on one side, your other team also needs to be pretty good. Because they so often have mechanics that are kind of cringe for Hyperbloom. Wait, is it up here? It is.
Hurry up, Grassa!
It's higher than here. I don't think this is... isn't. Oh. What the fuck?
Don't
Huh.
worry. There's no ambush. Time to roll.
that was cool. As of right now, what are the best teams for 3-chamber Abyss? I mean, it's hard to say in general because the 3-chamber like new mode is gonna have bosses that have element specific or mechanic specific, like character specific mechanics. What elevation is it? What? Like, what level is it on? It's not up here. It's not down here either. What the fuck? Is it a part of the map I haven't unlocked? Or maybe there's an entrance somewhere here. Probably what it is. It's down from here. Oh, do I need to indwell? I do. Or do I not? I'm not sure. Is there an indwelling target anywhere? Oh, yeah. You... Whatever. Oh, never mind. We're not in combat anymore. When will he come back? Oh no. I'm confused. What am I supposed to do? I came back. When he's back, we eat together. Well, I am back. Do I have to eat something? Because he says we eat together? It's a finished quest? Is it? Then does that mean I can go behind him somehow? Doesn't seem like it.
Running late again.
There's a fake chest, but where the fuck is this thing then? I'm so lost. Oh, maybe it's down from here? Perhaps? But no, there's no entrance here. Go east from the top. From here, then?
Hurry up, Grassa.
No. You do the graffiti wall. No, I don't think so. Fuck is a graffiti wall? Behind the TP underground. Here? Yeah, okay, you were right. Thank you. Yeah, what is this, though? You dig like 6? Oh. Where are they? Broken graffiti marked stone. Broken graffiti marked stone. Alright. We go... Not here. Not here. Here? It's supposed to be here.
Let's go.
Right? Here. Right there. Okay. And what am I supposed to do here? Just defeat it? And then hit the door. Okay. My team is a little sus right now, but that's okay.
Yeah, heads up. It's justice o'clock. Yeah. Hero incoming. Yeah. Bring it.
Okay. Didn't you already have 3 or 4? I already had 3, yeah. I'm not killing these if I don't have to.
Are these edible?
Alright. Next one is... Oh, don't you love... Do-do-do-do-do-do. All you were dreaming of. Well, that seems annoying to get to. Rockets. Oh yeah, by the way, I tweeted about it yesterday, but I didn't talk about it on stream yet. I managed to run my route without stopping for the second time yesterday.
Yeah. All right. Let's finish this fast.
Aerial assault!
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean that didn't count as aligning, by the way? Oh, it did, okay.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
Alright. Next one is supposed to be right here. Ah. I think it's over there. Yeah. Bro. Okay, dude.
Dividing the loot is often.
And that's all of them, right? It's hard to find.
show you mine.
That's an achievement, right? Yeah. Very cool. We even get a viewpoint. Ooh. Oh, is there an Ikta? Probably. No, there isn't. Oh.
Did that grow out of the ground? All right.
I'll use that now so I don't have to wait all the cooldown for the next one. Okay, dude. Thanks. Sick. Infuse with phlogiston. I feel like Zajef might be too young for Linkin Park. Damn.
Bring it.
God, I'm too young for Linkin Park.
Let's fly.
Where the fuck is it, man? How old is he? I'm 25.
Take me up.
Ah, there it is.
Avoiding the loot is often a cause of conflict.
Yeah, shouldn't I check if there's any chests here?
Luckily for
There
me,
aren't. Alright.
I only need
Cool, cool, cool.
Why me?
Why me? I don't know if I consider Linkin Park as generational as AC/DC or Queen. Alright. All due respect, because personally, I like AC/DC, but AC/DC is a fucking sneak with Queen. Like, buddy. Like, calm down.
Running late again.
Like, that's actually one hell of a sneak. Wait, is that? Where is it? Maybe it's in here? No. Wait, where the fuck is it? Done? It can't be done, though. Yeah, like, if you said Metallica, sure, I guess. You didn't use it? Oh. Oh! I see. So do you have to be in here for it to detect the ones that are in here? Maybe? Or did we actually just get all of them? Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, you needed to be in here. It's supposed to be down from here. It's around this elevation. Up from here. Oh boy. It's probably on that side then. Right below here. Yep. Long. No interact option here. Maybe with this guy? No. Yeah, whatever. What's that over there? That's gotta be something you can interact with.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Are you dealing damage to me right now?
Let's burn this breeze.
We're pogging. This is gonna have to reveal a chest, right? Right? Oh. Look at a thing over there. Pog. There also seems to be something right here. Not sure what it is, but we'll go back to it. Under. Do I have to dodge the incoming things here? I don't. No, actually.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right.
There better be a fucking chest at the end of this, man. If there isn't, I'm gonna mold. Because I haven't actually fully 100% in that one, because I haven't 100% in this area yet. Okay, thank you. Thank you!
My parents always say, no matter how busy life... Hurry up, Brassa!
Let's burn this breeze.
Okay. Ditch this now. Ooh. It's up from here? That's kind of annoying. Whatever. Let's just up the Shilonen. Alright. Not used during combat? What the fuck is even aggroing me? Not aggroing me anymore. There's a common chest right there. There's also something here that I feel like might give a chest.
Running late again.
No, it does not.
So shiny.
Alright. It's probably gonna be at the very top of everything, right?
Running late again.
Yeah, for sure. More box in there. Much higher than, no, it's not much higher than this. No, it is much higher than this. Throw TP'd away from a chest, did I? I did not mean to do that. Fuck.
Let's fly.
After we pick up the chest, one more spawns. Oh, oops. Oh, really? Really? Okay, well I guess that's kind of cooked, huh? Fine. You're not supposed to manually climb this? Well, oops, I guess.
Running late again. Gotta steer clear of other people.
Oh. Bunch of chests here.
Dividing the loot is often a cause of conflict, but
Sorry, bucko, but you're gonna have to die. There's another one? Where is it?
Justice o'clock. Did that
Alright.
out of the ground?
That's cool. We're at 98 here now, huh? Well, we'll come back eventually. Not right now, though. That should be all of them, right? Go back to the other chest. I can't be bothered. I'll do that at some point. We're now at 30 out of 38, which is supposedly the maximum. That means we have cleared every single Pyroculus. Holy shit. Post-release time now? I suppose it is, yeah.
Utensils at the ready.
Alright. Alright, everyone say hi to YouTube. Put a stream marker down. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the SKIRK YAP post-release analysis. Before we get into any of the actual video, I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm planning on doing a charity stream, where I'll be raising money for the American Heart Association on the 26th. On the 26th of May.
To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife.
It'll mostly be
as a surgeon.
some non-Genshin stuff, but I still hope that we'll get a lot of participation. If you're interested whatsoever, come check out the stream on the 26th. I hope I'll see as many of you guys there as possible. But yeah, be there or be square.
Can produce astounding flavor.
And if you're square, that's not good. Anyways, just wanted to let you guys know, because I haven't talked about it on YouTube at all. I'll probably make a community post right before I go live on the day of, but I hope I'll see you guys there. Anyways, SKIRK YAP post-release. This character surely is a character of all time. Now that I've had about 2 weeks to test SKIRK YAP, and I think my thoughts on her, I don't think that my thoughts on her have changed too much in nature, but with a few other things, a few new things coming out for with a bit more information coming out for the new upcoming mode, and with SKIRK leaks, obviously, I do have a few things to add onto what was in the pre-release. So as usual, for the post-release video, we go through the pre-release video, We talked about what we got wrong, what we got right, what we just missed entirely. And that's pretty much it. So let's get right into it. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the ISKO. Everything is subject to change. But anyways, we can skip past the explanation of her kit. Obviously, I don't think anyone watching this video is completely clueless as to what she does. Too much. Now, just yesterday, we got our first very vague SKIRK leaks that seem like they're actually real. And if they are true, it's even more cooked. So if you want to avoid leaks relating to SKIRK specifically, here's your warning about that. Because I'm going to talk about SKIRK for a little bit. Because you kind of have to. Okay, so same warning again. If you want to avoid leaks altogether, but you still watch the post-release videos because you want to stay up to date with what I think about units, there's going to be a small section talking about SKIRK right now, so you can skip using the timestamps if you don't want to know. Man, this SKIRK character is cooked. This hasn't changed so far. We're currently in V3 of beta, which is usually where the first major changes happen. They did a bit of numbers rebalance, but not too much. And the name of the effects have changed too, but it's the way they work hasn't changed. SKIRK is a character who is has a passive that's very similar to Nevilette's passive, where basically the base multiplier of her attacks gets increased by a certain amount based on the makeup of your team comp. Right? Based on what your team comp is. In Nevilette's case, it's indirectly. I guess technically for SKIRK it's also indirect, but in Nevilette's case, all you need to do is trigger hydro reactions. Co-op text overlay. Oh yeah. Remove that. But yeah, which means that technically you can still gain some of his stacks if you're fighting elemental shields. You can gain some of his stacks if you get hit by a pyro attack on Kazuha and use that pyro to absorb pyro onto a Kazuha skill or burst, stuff like that. SKIRK doesn't have that effect. For SKIRK, it has to be a cryo character dealing cryo damage, or a hydro character dealing hydro damage. Right? SKIRK has a team building buff, or a team comp related buff that is effectively dog shit if she doesn't have mono freeze, so only cryo and hydro units. And you cannot cheat out additional stacks through, for example, using Chongyun and cryo infusing pyro unit's normal attacks. That's not gonna work. Which is really unfortunate, by the way, but whatever. Because of that, SKIRK is heavily restricted to freeze teams. And out of the stuff I've calced, the best non-freeze team was like pretty much just worse than the worst possible freeze team. It's cooked. Mono freeze is something that SKIRK is going to be pretty much entirely restricted to. And the reason why this is important to Escoffier is because Escoffier has a very, very similar requirement, which also rewards you heavily for going mono freeze, right? If you're using Escoffier. Where the heck is she? She's 19, right? Okay. If you're using Escoffier, you get 40% more shred if your last unit is also a mono freeze unit versus only having 3 of them for a total of 55. What that means is that if you're planning on going for SKIRK, the team building requirement that's basically necessary for SKIRK to be able to function is the same as a team building requirement for Escoffier. And so, effectively, if you're already fulfilling it for one of them, then you get that same requirement for quote-unquote free for the second one. Which means the difference in terms of like overall team DPS between the teams that have Escoffier and the teams that don't is gonna be pretty fucking big. Which is something I already touched on in the pre-release, but let's keep listening to what this loser has to say. 6 Severance Effect. When Hydro gains, exactly it's going to work. 1, is this going to be additional damage percent? Like a damage bonus? It is an outright multiplier. Or will that and she cannot get a stack from herself? Because the stack from how it works would be about half of what it would be with Escoffier. For context, an Ayato team deals more than half of a Maoika team's damage. If you're looking at optimal Maoika teams and optimal Ayato teams, once Escoffier comes out at least. Which means that even if if SKIRK turns out to be as good as Maoika, and this is indeed how it works, she'll be worse than Ayato if you don't have Escoffier. That's a very big difference. If you don't have Citlali for Maoika, you can still use Rosaria, and while it is worse, it's very... Okay, it's not quite to that extent where she'd be worse than Ayato if you don't have Escoffier. Now that we have her numbers, now that, you know, things are a lot more set in stone. Far from completely set in stone yet, but a lot closer to set in stone than they were back when we had no numbers at all. It's looking like you actually do outright lose 30% of your team DPS if you don't have Escoffier. And there's pretty much nothing you can do to change that. The best no Escoffier teams I looked at so far are just outright 30% behind the default options with Escoffier. That being said, if you don't have Farina, the gap gets a little bit smaller. Because one of the main things that makes Escoffier so good in SKIRK teams, not just in SKIRK teams, in cryo teams in general, is that Escoffier is a unit that you want to put on your Mono Freeze team no matter what. Because she's powerful enough for that. Which means that your Mono Freeze team now always has a healer. Which effectively means that you are now fulfilling the healing requirement for Farina by default. Before Escoffier, if you wanted to use Farina, you had to make a sacrifice, right? You would either sacrifice your cryo slot to a somewhat worse unit, like Charlotte or Mika, or you'd sacrifice a different slot and you'd end up using something like Shilonen, which is fine, but if you've been on this channel for a while, you know what I think about Shilonen overall. And in the case of SKIRK, obviously you can't fucking use Shilonen. It'll be pretty bad, because she's not Cryo or Hydro. Right, even if you don't have Escoffier. Why the fuck is my hair doing this? It's very annoying. Whatever. But yeah, that effectively means that you get to fulfill the prerequisite for Farina more easily. But that also creates a situation where if you don't have Farina, one of the major upsides of Escoffier is now not something that you can capitalize on anymore. Which makes it so that the gap between having Escoffier and not having her becomes a bit smaller if you don't have Farina. It's still there, don't get me wrong, but it's a bit smaller. Playable. If this is indeed how it works, SKIRK will be borderline unplayable without Escoffier. If you were to try to use instead. So, right now, SKIRK's numbers are looking pretty fucking good. So, she won't be unplayable without Escoffier. But I'd say it's almost to the point where fucking Barbara carry with Escoffier would be better than SKIRK carry without Escoffier. Escoffier is a really big deal. Instead of Shilonen, just a character that still fulfills the passive. For SKIRK, you'd have to use someone like Charlotte, and you'd lose your shred altogether. It seems like it'll be a bit better than using Shilonen for SKIRK, but it'll still be like 30-40% worse than using Escoffier. All of this to say, if you're someone who really wants to go for SKIRK, as of right now, with the very early leaks we have, I think it's the first time ever that I would say you kind of have to get Escoffier for SKIRK to work. Again, it's not entirely confirmed, and it could get changed, or that I could have just misunderstood how it works. But it's not looking too hot. If you want to know more though, by the time I post my first impressions on Escoffier, when the patch drops, we will have much more reliable SKIRK leaks. So keep an eye out for that. Anyways, we can move on from SKIRK stuff now. But yeah, let's just get into all the usual pre-release. So first, weapons. But before we talk about... and by the way, SKIRK pre-release video is likely to come out in the next few weeks, so you can also keep an eye out on that. But it'll come out after the Escoffier banner is gone, unfortunately. Any of them, let's look at her ER requirements. Her burst costs 60. So let's talk about how much ER you need on a few different teams. Best case scenario is going to be 3 cryo units, a lot of energy generation. Let's take a look at Ayaka, Shenhe, Escoffier, Farina. And in a team like this, your ER requirements are at around 120, even if she's not on Fab. If the only character on Fab on the team is Farina. If Shenhe is on Fab on top of that, 114. Basically, ER requirements pretty trivial to get to in a team like this. What about the worst case scenario? The thing is, because she's so heavily incentivized to be played in freeze teams, the worst case scenario for her like base intended position won't be that bad. But because she has pretty good damage and healing, even without fulfilling her team building quote-unquote requirements, you might end up seeing her outside of freeze teams. So let's take a look at what if you're doing a Mawika team where she's the one enabling your Mawika to melt, right? She's your all-field cryo application for Mawika. It's like Bennett, Shilone, and Mawika, which is probably going to be the worst case scenario or close to the worst case scenario. And by default, Mawika or Shilone is on Fav, but that's your only Fav. So if she herself is not on Fav, your requirements at around 242 if you want to burst every rotation. And honestly, I expect burst every rotation to be necessary as a part of your setup in a Mawika team. Yeah, so if you don't burst every rotation in a Mawika team, you basically just can't end up with a Cryo Aura on the enemy for Mawika's burst to melt, because you have too much Pyro going on, and Escoffier solo Cryo just isn't enough to overtake that. Which means that if you want to be able to actually get your melt on Mawika, you need to burst every rotation on Escoffier, and because of that, and because she's solo Cryo, the requirements will be really, really high. But there's some characters, so some other Pyro carries, where you might not need to burst every rotation. It's been a while since I looked at this. And looked.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sin.
Everybody
Your
stand!
sacrifice is ready.
There's a few different setups you can do for this, but there are ways to end up with a Cryo Aura. It's pretty much just for Maoika that it's really difficult, because Maoika, if you're using SKIRK as your Cryo, is almost forced to use Shiloden or Yon-san, which are characters that don't really help you that much at wiping your Pyro. I mean, Yon-san kind of does, but you still have Maoika's off-field Pyro trying to overtake your stuff, which makes it pretty damn cringe.
I don't think you'll be able to apply a Cryo Aura to the enemy.
Yeah, whereas if you are willing to use your burst on Maoika, I guess I'll show what happens if you don't use burst. Alright.
Your journey ends here. Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Light of the blazing sun.
You gotta enter bike mode so that your off-field skill stops applying Pyro, and wait for like 3, 4, 5 seconds. It's not something that is worth doing at all. And so what you should actually do is to just accept that you'll have to use the burst. And the burst being to you Cryo
Burst of flavor. Breath from the sky.
allows you to get your melt very reliably.
We meet at last, Peddler.
Alright. In double Cryo, that's not a problem, obviously.
Me without your burst. Well, the burst would be necessary. If she is on 5, your requirement goes down to 195, which is basically the 5 substat plus an ER send, or just a lot of ER substats. Average case scenario is gonna be, I guess we can take a look at Risley, where you do double Hydro, double Cryo with Yelan, Farina, Escoffier. And this is a team where you could consider not having 5 on Farina or Yelan. So in a case like that, ER requirements could go upwards of 200. If she's not on 5, if you put a 5 on her, it'd go down to 160-ish. And so, in the best case scenario, in teams where you generate a lot of cryo particles, she can pretty much trivially reach her ER requirements. In the worst case scenario, you'll need 5 and maybe ER sense on top of that. And in the average case scenario, it's generally either 5 or an ER sense. But you might be able to get away with a weapon that gives you ER that isn't 5, but that gives you something else instead. So, now that we've talked a bit about her ER requirements, let's talk about all those weapon options.
Yeah, so I'd say that's pretty accurate. Because of all the different teams I've been playing her in, I generally don't change anything in her build. My build by default has my build by actually wait, something's wrong. I think the circlet is wrong. No. Oh right, it's because I don't use deathmatch. I forgot. Because I use Jade Wing Spear. Right. Oopsie. Okay. My build by default has 133 ER, which is generally what you need in the low ER teams. In the mid ER teams, I generally just swap the Skyward Spine, get to 170 ER. And in the high ER teams, I generally just swap the 5, end up at around 165 with the 5 particles, and I'm fine. For general gameplay, I generally just keep her on 5 if I have a 5 available, just so I don't have to think about it too hard.
First is her signature, Symphonist of Sense, the Fork. New best in slot for Shovelers dropped. True. So, mid-base attack, 608, crit damage substat. Passive, attack is increased by 12, while you're off-field, attack increased by an additional 12. And after healing, attack increased by 32%, both on the character wearing this weapon and the character who got healed by them. In other words, on an off-field healer like Escoffier, 56% attack to yourself and 32% attack to your carry. It's obviously going to be her best in slot. It doesn't give you any energy, which means that if you are using this, there are some teams where you'll need to go ER Sense. But it's giving you enough of a buff to your carry to make it better than Fav for them. And obviously, it's also going to be better personal damage. So even if you go ER Sense, it's still better. One interesting thing about her signature weapon, her burst gives the buff to the whole team for 3 seconds because it heals the whole team. And then after that, you only give the buff to the active character. But what that means is that if you're using her in an Ayaka team with Shenhe, and you do Frina skill burst, Shenhe skill burst, Escoffier skill burst, Ayaka combo, or maybe you use Shenhe's skill a little earlier. I'm not entirely sure when the right time to use it is, but whatever. When you swap to Ayaka, you still have the attack buff on Shenhe because the 3 seconds of attack buff from the AoE healing on the burst will still be there. And you might be able to get all your quills out before that's gone, depending on your ping. And then, when you swap back to Shenhe to reactivate your skill on her, you'll get a tick of healing on her again, which means that you will still have that attack buff on Shenhe. So for most, if not all of your quills consumed by your carry, Shenhe is getting buffed by this, not just your carry. Then you've got all the like damage stats.
Okay, yeah, nothing to change here. We can take a look at the final weapons stuff and see if I'd say that anything's changed all that much. I mean, honestly, I'd probably put Fav a bit higher overall because there are a decent amount of teams that want the Fav, but oh well. One thing that I didn't mention in here at all, like one thing I didn't mention in the pre-release, like a single time, is that, and God, I really hate that it's real, but Melt Plunge Escoffier is actually one of the best clutch carries now. And it pisses me off. It really does. God, why the fuck is it real? It should not be, but it is. As it turns out, the fact that she has off-field cryo helps you get a larger amount of plunges before your buffs expire. The fact that you know, she's an attack scaler means that when you get all your fucking attack buffs, even when you're built for pyro plunge damage, it's all the attack buffs are still buffing your Escoffier damage. You're shredding a little bit for her own damage. Her plunge multiplier isn't great, but it's not awful. You get to actually use her skill, unlike what can end up happening in a lot of other pyro plunge carries that get like pyro infused by Bennett, where using their skills can interrupt your reactions. And unironically, it is pretty decent. If you want to play Escoffier carry, it is one of your options. But like, I hate it. I really do. God. If that's what you're doing, Ballad of the Fjords becomes pretty damn good. But yeah, let's move on. I never want to talk about Plunge Escoffier ever again. A bit. Anyways, let's move on to artifact sets. She is a skill damage character, which means actually also another thing before we move on from Plunge Escoffier, the fact that she has constant skill damage means that she can maintain max stacks on the new plunge set very easily, unlike a lot of the other plungers. Yeah. Man, let's move on. That her best in slot is generally going to be 4-piece Golden Troop. Yep, as it turns out, 70 damage percent is a large number. That being said, it's not her only option. Obviously, she's a character who's played in freeze teams, so Blizzard Strayer will also be good. The biggest problem with Blizzard Strayer is that the biggest effect that Escoffier has in teams is that it makes those freeze teams a lot stronger, and arguably strong enough that you now have a good reason to play freeze teams, even in content that is not freezable. It will make your freeze teams a lot less dog shit,
against bosses and against unfreezable enemies. Which means that very often you will be
Actually,
against.
if you use just one charge attack on Shao, he'll maintain it the whole way. Bro, you have to be frame perfect on your plunges to stay at 5. Otherwise, you're at 4.
Against enemies that are not freezable. And when you're against enemies that are not freezable, Blizzard Strayer is quite a bit worse than Golden Troop. The thing with Blizzard Strayer is that it can be slightly better than Golden Troop against freezable enemies, but only slightly. And it's a lot worse against unfreezable enemies. So I think you're generally better off just going Golden Troop. On top of that, Blizzard Strayer makes it really hard not to overcap on crit rate. Because of that, I think as a general rule, you mostly want to use her on Golden Troop. But Blizzard Strayer is still very usable. Other than that, you can also consider support sets on her. You can consider Noblesse. You can consider Tenacity. The thing is, she does
Jet combos. Okay, what? This is not a fucking Shao video. Stop asking Shao questions. I'll answer it, but this is the last one. If your set is giving you plunge damage bonus and only plunge damage bonus, do you think it's a good idea to get a lot less plunge attacks so that you can gain 15 more plunge attacks, plunge damage bonus? No. Obviously, replacing half of your plunges with charge attacks just so you get 15 more plunge damage is gonna be really dumb. Alright, let's move on.
does enough damage that she's almost always better off on a damage set. She isn't like Farina, whose damage varies a very large amount based on the team she's on. I mean, technically she is, right? Technically, if you're using her in that Maoika team in Melt, you're probably better off on a support set, because you're gonna have to build so much ER, your offensive stats will take a big hit, and at that point, even if you put her on a damage but set, she doesn't do that much, so you're getting more value out of the support set. But 4-piece Noblesse, 4-piece TOM, These are things you can consider if you end up playing her in teams where you need a lot of ER on her and she doesn't do that much damage. You can do 4-piece Cinder City, I guess, for the same reason, but because she's not from Natlan, obviously it's not ideal. And you can also do 2-piece, but it's also pretty not exactly what you're looking for. Next,
And then there's the plunge set, but yeah.
is
anyways.
artifact stats. She's gonna have the default of attack, cryo, crit, but you will also be able to go attack, crit. Reason for that is because her best set is Golden Troop. Golden Troop is 70 damage percent. Because she's a healer who wants to be played with Hydro characters, you're gonna use her with Farina very often, and Farina gives a lot of damage percent. What that means is that if you don't have a lot of external attack sources, let's say you're looking at Deathmatch, you don't have TOM on your team, you don't have Noblesse on your team, you have Golden Troop, you have Farina, your attack gauntlet can be about as good. If you're looking at Coward Spine, it can even be better. As personally, I'm gonna be on Jadewing Spear. I can look at that too. Could be better there as well. Attack percent Goblet can be about as good, if not even slightly better. On top of that, attack Goblet means more attack, and that doesn't just translate to damage for her. Attack also means more healing. Damage percent affects her damage, but it won't affect her healing. So with an attack Goblet, in teams where attack
What
does
the fuck was with that zoom, editors, huh?
as much for her damage as cryo, you'll get more healing, so it'll just be outright better. The reason why it's not my default go-to is because there are quite a few teams that get external buffs that reduce the value of attack goblet. Mainly, if you're using Shenhe, cryo goblet is significantly better than attack goblet. You can also technically consider ER Sands, either with ER attack crit or ER cryo crit, but generally you don't want to have to put her on an ER Sands. Constellations.
And then there's also EM Pyro Crit, but like I said, let's move the fuck on from Plunge Escoffier.
C1, when
I want to make it clear, okay? I have talked about it disproportionately way too much compared to how good it is. Alright, it's not that good. I'm not saying you should do it. I just wanted to mention it because it's something I completely missed in the pre-release.
4 party members are Hydro or Cryo.
I'll bring it back, chat.
I'm back. Cards. So all nearby party members will have their cryo damage, crit damage, increased by 60% after Escoffier uses her skill and burst. So basically, 60 cryo crit damage for your team. Generally, I don't have that much to say about cons. One thing I want to add, I guess, is Skirk related stuff. So again, warning for people that want to avoid leaks. Skirk, C1 and R1, from what I've looked at, seem to be fairly similar DPS increases to Skirk's teams when you compare them to Escoffier's C1. So if you're well considering getting this sort of stuff, if you also plan on playing different cryo characters, maybe going for Escoffier cons would be better. If you're not a whale or you don't know how many primos you want to spend on your stuff yet, you're worried that if you go for Escoffier C1, you won't end up having enough for Skirk, but you still want to go for cons on your Skirk team, there's no real downside to waiting for Skirk, getting Skirk, and then trying to go for her C1 instead of Escoffier's C1. Yeah. That's pretty much all I have to change for constellations. And finally, we have teams. And boy, do we have a lot to say about teams. Because honestly, it's less about the team synergy and more about the fact that she by herself is so powerful that you can kind of end up using her with anyone. Right now, if you look at the GC Sim database and you look at some of the weaker carries, you're gonna notice a trend, let's say Wanderer for example, of some of the highest DPS C0 teams often just being whatever that character is, plus Shilona and Yelan Farina, right? Shilona and Yelan Farina. Ito. Shilona and Yelan Farina. Yoimiya? Shilona and Yelan Farina. Yeah, Ayato, I'm kind of curious. No, you can't be doing this as a Gaming team. Anyways, relatively high up, Shilona and Yelan Farina. Anyway, Shilona and Yelan Farina is a core that's pretty powerful, that you can kind of put on any relatively bad carry and make it work. Here's the thing. If you're doing Shilona and Yelan Farina, Shilona herself doesn't do any damage, so then you have Yelan and Farina. In a team where you have Shilona and Yelan Farina, and you're doing rotations so that you reduce your Yelan's ER requirements, and you use 2 E's on her per rotation, you get to basically wheelchair 50k DPS from those 2 characters. And so even if your carry's not doing that much, you still have that 50k DPS from the 2 of them. What happens if instead of Shilonen, you use Escoffier? You get about the same amount of damage, even if your Escoffier is built with an ER sense, and your carry is not Cryo or Hydro. On top of that, you now have Freeze on your team, so it'll be a lot more comfortable to play. The point I'm trying to get at here is that Escoffier Yelan Farina is going to be a new form of wheelchair that can be used to carry your bad carries. And if you are using it with a Hydro or Cryo carry instead of a carry of a different element, they're going to be wheelchairing over 60k DPS. If it's a Cryo one, you're probably also reducing your Escoffier ER requirements by quite a bit. So you can at least get 8 attack sands instead of ER sands, so it's more like 65k. Basically, I won't be able to talk about every single team you'll be able to make with Escoffier because Escoffier can effectively be included in any carries team as a wheelchair option, at the very least. And instead, we're going to talk about teams where Escoffier actually makes a lot of sense. So mainly, for now, the Hydro and Cryo carries, and later, if you're using her as a reaction enabler for characters that want a Cryo support. First, Ayaka. Ayaka is a character who gets by far the biggest upgrade from Escoffier. Right now, the best teams for Ayaka are Ayaka, Farina, and then like Shenhe Shilonen or Charlotte Kazuha or some fun form of combination like that. But they all have a problem, which is the fact that Ayaka doesn't have access to good healers, which means that if you're playing Farina, you're playing worse units. And if you're playing better units, you're not playing Farina. Escoffier, not only is she providing you with a bigger buff than a character like Shilonen, but she's also a healer that's actually good at stacking fanfare, and she has a lot of personal damage, especially in a team with Shenhe. Because keep in mind, Shenhe's buff is not only to one character. Shenhe gives the quills to the whole team. Now, right now, because your only Shredder options are Animo and Geo, the quills don't matter too much outside of what they give to Ayaka. Technically, you can get quills consumed on Kala Cryo Infusion, but that's not a lot of damage because he's not building a lot of damage percent in crit. He's building fully M. When you're using Escoffier in this slot instead, Escoffier actually gets to consume those quills. Now, default Ayaka rotations use 2 Shenhe E's because you use Shenhe's E as part of your setup, and then after Ayaka's burst, you swap back to Shenhe, use her skill again to get additional 5 quills consumed by Ayaka's still ongoing burst. And so you end up getting 10 quills consumed by Ayaka. Well, you're also gonna get 10 quills consumed by Escoffier, not just Ayaka. And the thing is, right now, Shenhe only really synergizes with Ayaka. She has pretty poor synergy with the other cryo units, which means that the unit that gets the most value out of Escoffier is very clearly gonna be Ayaka. Because not only do you get all the default stuff that you get from Escoffier, the personal damage, the shred, the healing, but you also get a character that can take the best possible advantage of the additional buffs you get from Shenhe. The quills by themselves increase Ayaka's damage by like 20 to 25%, but you get about the same amount of damage from quills from Escoffier proccing the quills. That's an additional 20 to 25% of Ayaka's damage that you're gaining. Pretty big deal, as it turns out. From calcs I've looked at, it seems like the Ayaka teams with Escoffier are like around 50% better than the Ayaka teams without her. Basically, the Ayaka teams with this.
Yeah, also, just want to like clarify something here. Math can be very misleading, okay? Because when I talk about something being 50% better, that's not at all the same thing as that other thing being 50% worse. You know? Like, 15 is 50% bigger than 10, but 10 is not 50% smaller than 15. When you swap your numerator and denominator, the percentage difference changes too. Right? It's only 33% smaller. So just want to like, because a lot of people, like, it's obvious. It's pretty obvious when you think about it, but a lot of people don't instantly for a lot of people, it's not something that like has been internalized already. So I just want to make it very clear. Okay, when I say 50% bigger, it's like 15 instead of 10. It's not 15 instead of 7.5, which would be like the opposite of 50% smaller, right?
Escoffier are so much better than the current.
That means that the non-Escoffier Ayaka teams are doing about 70-ish%. Maybe a bit less, maybe a little more, because it's a lot of approximation going in there, but yeah.
Current Ayaka teams, that Ayaka is actually going to be a reasonably decent carry against bosses. The next carry I want to talk about, which I think is the second most relevant, maybe even the most relevant, depending on the way you look at it, when it comes to Escoffier, is Neuvillette. Neuvillette does not gain anywhere as much from Escoffier as Ayaka does. However, Neuvillette is a lot better to begin with. Now, when it comes to Neuvillette, you might be thinking, why would you want to play Neuvillette? Neuvillette's passive encourages you to play different elements. It encourages you to play multiple reactions. Well, yes and no. So here's the thing. I think that the design intention behind Neuvillette's passive is not to give you a strong incentive to play him with non-hydro units. I think the design incentive behind this passive is to make it so that he has a smaller gap between his best teams and his suboptimal ones. The reason for that is because very clearly the character that's designed to work the best with him by far is Furina. But Furina being on your team by default locks you out of that last stack. Obviously, it's also there to sell the C1, but for now, let's not talk about that. The fact that his best teammate, like just synergy-wise, by far is Furina, makes it so that, effectively, if you're using him with Furina, his motion value is lower than if you're using him with other characters. Furina is still the best teammate for him because her synergy is just that good, but the fact that his motion value is higher when you're not using Furina means that the gap between the Furina teams and the other teams is smaller, so he ends up being or having more team versatility because of that. Well, as it turns out, the same thing can apply to Escoffier. Escoffier forces you to only have 2 elements, so it would lock him out of the second stack too, but she's good enough that it's still good. Escoffier's damage is good enough to make up for the damage you lose on Neuvillette. On top of that, a nice upside that isn't mentioned that much is that Escoffier's buff does not need to be refreshed. When you're playing what is currently the best Neuvillette teams, this is generally what your rotations look like. You start with a Neuvillette E, then you Farina E, then you Shilonen E, optional Q, Kazuha E, optional Q, Farina burst, Neuvillette charge attack, skill charge attack, burst, and then refresh your buffs because otherwise they expire. And then you do another 2 charge attacks. But as you can see, looking at my skill cooldown, my rotation is a decent amount longer than 24 seconds. The fact that you have to go refresh the buffs effectively locks you into longer rotations because refreshing the buffs and then the time that it takes to do 2 charge attacks on top of that charge attack you did after the second skill, it means you end up with around 26, 27, 28 second rotations. If you didn't have to go refresh your buffs, I get to use my skill almost right after the cooldown is back. Yeah. And then one additional thing here is that if you're also using units that have animation times faster than Kazuha and Shilonen, which are both fairly slow, Kazuha because he's got to do the plunge attack after the skill, and Shilonen because she's got to do the N2, it means you might end up being able to use your burst before your skill on Neuvillette and effectively take that amount of time and put it beforehand. Let's show what that looks like real quick.
Your journey ends here.
Show no mercy. A dash of frosting. Hit a GOOOO.
Let the might be humble.
And as you can see, I actually get to use my E literally instantly. So it actually is a 24-second rotation. Now, this specific rotation misses fanfare uptime on the last charge attack. So there's a few different ways you can go about it, a few different things that can be slightly better or worse. You can adjust your rotation. Either a 24-second exactly rotation with a little bit less fanfare uptime, or like a 25-ish second with more fanfare uptime. But all this to say, you end up with significantly shorter rotations pretty much no matter what when you're using these Escoffier teams. And because your rotations happen shorter but you get the same amount of charge attack, that obviously is going to increase your DPS. And just that difference in rotation time tends to be a bigger DPS increase than the damage you lost from having 1 stack instead of 2. Then all the other factors start coming into play. Which means that your rotation is instead going to be 24 or 25 seconds. So even if your damage were to be a little bit lower, that doesn't necessarily mean your DPS is lower, because it happens faster. Right now, the reason why you use Neuvillette's burst after the second charge attack
I even mentioned it. Oopsie.
Because if you use it before, your VV ends up running out in the middle of your second charge attack. But Escoffier's damage is single target compared to Neuvillette. That doesn't matter. That's another thing here, is like, in most situations where AoE damage matters, enemies are freezable. And against freezable enemies, even if you lose out on Escoffier's damage, the fact that you get to freeze enemies generally will make you clear faster. Freeze is very, very good. It's something you might notice if you try to play Neuvillette in this current Abyss on the first side. These fucking losers, when they don't get frozen, are really annoying. They really are. But freezing them pretty much invalidates their whole presence. Freeze is a very, very powerful reaction. Which means if I were able to do this... Yeah, so I did end up talking about it a little. Anyway, to do... And with Escoffier, that's something you will be able to do. Now, if you have Sacrificial Jade for Neuvillette, it won't be ideal, because you need to swap out of Neuvillette in order to keep that passive. On top of that, yeah, so that's true, but also not necessarily that big of a deal. Because if you do the setup we talked about earlier, you can swap out after your burst skill, and then swap back in to do the 3 charge attacks. And if that's what you do, this is where the Sac Jade buff runs out. At the end of the third one, and then you do your skill, and then you swap out and you go do your setup, and your setup ends up taking more than 5 seconds, so you get the buff back for the next rotation. In other words, if you decide to swap out after your burst skill, to just go proc a Fab on Citlali, for example, this isn't a problem anymore. Because you need to swap out of Neuvillette in order to keep that passive. On top of that, you don't really have a great third Hydro, which means that you likely are going to want to use a second Cryo instead. And if you use a second Cryo, you get Cryo Resonance, and with Sac Jade, you'll be Omega over. Oh yeah. Anyway, one thing to mention here, one additional thing here is, quickly I want to talk about Citlali in these teams. The biggest obstacle to these teams being, without the shadow of a doubt, the best Neuvillette teams is a mix of 2 things. One, Citlali isn't as good in freeze teams as she is in melt teams. And 2, Citlali is an important part of Maoika's best team. So if you want to be playing Maoika, you won't be able to put Citlali in your Neuvillette team. And the alternatives to Citlali are weaker. The Hydro Shred is still kind of useful, and obviously the Cinder City is also pretty nice. Here's the thing, and again, leaker's warning. So here's your warning to, you know, use the timestamps if you want to avoid leaks. SKIRK is going to end up being better than Citlali as a last slot. Quickswap SKIRK is actually good enough that it's going to be an upgrade to these teams. It is what it is, I guess, man. Like, fuck. So that's cool. Yeah. Very good. Nice. Hagen. Huge. Even at C0? Yes, even at C0. Anyways, all in all, this is going to be Neuvillette's best team once Escoffier comes out. But obviously, it uses Citlali, which is also part of Maoika's best team. And if you don't... The fact that SKIRK is also going to end up being an upgrade to Citlali also means that you get to free up Citlali for your melt teams. I stand by this team being the best Neuvillette team right now. It's a lot easier And that's saying something because Neuvillette teams are already easy to play. But it's even easier to play than the other Neuvillette teams. It's more comfortable. Freeze is such a useful thing to have against a lot of different freezable enemies. If you have played a freeze team against a Wayob like ever in your life, you will understand the power of the freeze reaction. But yeah, it do be what it is. Don't have Seat Lolly available if you're using Reserve, for example. I don't think it's necessarily going to be an upgrade over his current teams, but it'll be pretty close to a side grade, and you get Freeze as a nice little additional utility that makes it even easier to play the team. And you don't have to go refresh buffs, which also makes it easier to play. And basically, because of those things, SKIRK will be an upgrade to Neuvillette. Now, one thing that's important to mention is that the second stack does a lot less for you than the third stack does. If you go from 2 to 1 stacks, you're doing 88% of the damage you were doing. If you go from 3 to 2, it's 78%. In other words, if you get the additional stack from his Constellation 1, going from 3 to 2 stacks by using an SKIRK team instead of 2 to 1 will be a bigger loss to his damage. Now, from what I've seen, I still think it's a minor upgrade to his teams even at C1, but it's a lot closer. All in all, though, I would say that if you're just looking for Neuvillette teams, she's not a major upgrade if you already have Kazuha Shilonen. And on top of that, if your other side is Maoika, it's not really an upgrade at all because your other side wants Seat Lolly, so you won't be able to do SKIRK Seat Lolly. But still, it's something that can be worth considering. Next is gonna be pretty much all the other Cryo and Hydro carries. One other useful thing is with the addition of with the addition of the new endgame mode that requires 3 teams, SKIRK freeing Kazuha and Shilonen from your Neuvillette team can also be meaningful if you are playing characters that want either of those. They all get upgrades from SKIRK, except maybe Molani, but Molani's still something we need to talk about anyways, so... Alright, listen, okay? I don't want to be a Molani hater. I think her kit is cool. I think that having an actual dedicated forward vape character is really nice, and it's something we needed in Genshin. And I think that, like, her kit design and her kit mechanics are really, really well done. But I'm a Molani hater by necessity, alright? I don't want to hate her, but I have to, because I know people listen to me, okay? I can't just ignore her problems and sing her praises, despite me sometimes wanting to. Okay? And here's the thing, alright? Just in terms of DPS, Freeze Molani isn't that much worse than Vape Molani. And in terms of quality of life, it effectively doesn't have any of the problems that Vape Molani does. And so, I would say Freeze Molani is actually a meaningfully better team than Vape Molani if you're not going for whale stuff, if you're not going for cons or sig. But an important part of the reason for that is the quality of life, and if you don't care about that at all, if you're someone who's willing to reset, I wouldn't say it's an upgrade. Basically, if you're someone who pulled Molani because you thought that the idea of doing a forward vape carry was appealing, or because you wanted a strong speedrunning character, Freeze Molani is not something you should touch. But if you pulled Molani because you like her, because you think that surfing is pog, because you think that she's a quirky and fun character. But you've been experiencing some difficulties because playing her makes you feel like shit. Getting SKV for Freeze Molani is gonna fix that. So it might be something worth getting. So, first, let's talk about Risley. Now, Risley doesn't have nearly as good of a synergy with Shenhe. You won't be able to get 2 skills on Shenhe with him, which means her ER requirements will be higher, and you get less quills. That's why you generally do a hold E on Shenhe instead of a tap E. You get 7 quills instead of 10. But that's also 7 quills instead of 10 on Escoffier if you're using her there. Because of that, I expect the Yelan teams to be better than the Shenhe teams with Risley Escoffier. But it is a pretty sizable upgrade to his current freeze teams, and it's going to make his freeze teams competitive, if not slightly better than his melt teams. So this was like omega underselling. Competitive, if not slightly better. Try significantly better. God. Yeah, they're significantly better than his melt and other non-freeze teams. Might not be the case for, like, whale stuff. But for C0 or 0 stuff, it's not even close. It's a pretty big upgrade, too. The only sad thing is that the damage distribution in a Risley team with Escoffier, Yelan, Farina is gonna be sad. Risley's gonna be doing about a quarter of your team's DPS.
Yeah.
Like, what you're looking for is big numbers on Risley. That's not the team for you. Anyways, other than that, we have Ganyu. With Ganyu, I think it's gonna be a very small upgrade. Ganyu doesn't have the best synergy with Shenhe either, because she doesn't line up that well with 20-second rotations that use 2 Shenhe skills. And right now, her best teams are not the freeze teams, they're the melt teams. And Ganyu has bad synergy with Yelan, unlike Risley. So your best options for freeze Ganyu are going to be Escoffier, Farina, Ganyu, +1, and that +1, because she doesn't have great synergy with Shenhe or with Yelan, is going to be worse. Either you're playing a character with better synergy, that's not as good, or you're playing a character with worse synergy, like Shenhe and Yelan, and you lose out because the synergy isn't as good. But it's still going to be a small upgrade, because in the worst case scenario, you just wheelchair with 65k DPS and do normal attack Ganyu, or on-field Yelan with a Ganyu burst, right? If you're using Ganyu, you get Cryo Resonance, which is an additional 15 crit rate for your whole team, which makes your wheelchair damage 72k instead of 65k. And that's competitive with Ganyu's
Yeah,
current
actually,
team.
that's actually a very good point, Oslabanu. And I really hate that it is, but there is a character that actually goes pretty well here. A character that can wear a Hydro character that gives you Hydro Resonance on Farina and good particle generation that can wear TDDS and give you a bunch of damage %. That's right. It's Molani. Editors, you better put like Mona on screen and then whatever. That's right, it's Molani. Molani is actually a decent support in a team like this. And not just for Ganyu, but also for other cryo carries, and leaker warning, again. She'll be one of the best options for SKIRK, because SKIRK is in a similar situation to Ganyu, for slightly different reasons. She also has anti-synergy with Shenhe. She doesn't have anti-synergy with Yelan, but because she's much stronger than Ganyu, a character whose main appeal is their personal damage, it is inherently starting with a handicap compared to characters whose main appeal is buffing. Right? If you increase your damage by 20%, but your carry at a baseline is fucking Risley, it ain't doing shit. But if you increase your damage by 20% and your carry at a baseline is Mawika, that's a big fucking deal. Right? So, that's why Yelan isn't that insane in the slot. And because Molani offers significantly more powerful buffs, she actually does end up becoming a fairly solid option
here in this last slot for Skirk. And because Yelan doesn't work very well with Ganyu, Milani will also be pretty competitive here. Synergy, that's not as good, or you're playing a character with worse than 65k DPS and do normal attack Ganyu or on-field Yelan with a Ganyu burst, right? If you're using Ganyu, you get Cryo Resonance, which is an additional 15 crit rate for your whole team, which makes your wheelchair damage 72k instead of 65k. And that's competitive with Ganyu's current teams, even without looking at Ganyu's damage. And you don't have to do charge shots, which is a massive upgrade. When it comes to the cryo carry, I've only talked about freeze so far, but some of you might have wondered about mono cryo with like 4 cryo units. The biggest problem with that is just, when it comes to Ayaka, Ayaka's burst without freeze just won't hit the enemy. But in general, it's just, Farina does so much for those teams, especially if you already have a healer from the fact you have Escoffier, that the mono cryo teams will just be noticeably worse. But they will work. They'll be fine. You'll be able to do that. Next, let's talk about Ayato. It's a big upgrade to Ayato's teams as well. Very similar reason you'd wheelchair this shit. With Ayato, you can either do something similar to Nevilette and do double Hydro with Citlali to increase your Farina and your Ayato's damage. Or you can just give up on Ayato altogether, use Yelan instead, and have it be the wheelchair that we talked about many times already. And this is going to be a pretty sizable upgrade to his current teams. Other than that, Kokomi. With Kokomi, it is going to be an upgrade, but a bit of a smaller one, because when it comes to Kokomi mono Hydro teams, because Kokomi is a healer, you don't benefit much from the fact that Escoffier is a healer. But despite the redundancy of the healing, Escoffier will still become, in like a Kokomi freeze team, better than a mono Hydro team, just replacing your Shredder with Escoffier. Using Escoffier instead of Shilona and Arkaza will just be better. It'll be a small upgrade. Child, yeah, it's an upgrade. Like, what do you want me to say? Again, the wheelchair by itself out damages International, so slap Child in there and it works. We can also talk about the cryo carries that aren't cryo carries. So let's talk about Ayla. Ayla's best team right now is between Hyper Bloom and Pyro Plunge. And Escoffier Wheelchair is better than both of those. It's also obviously going to be better than physical Ella teams. But obviously, if you're an Ella player, if you like her, you probably don't want to play her in a team where she's getting wheelchaired. So, yeah. Same thing for Fremine. Then we can talk about teams with no dedicated carries. So if you do something like this, where you don't really have any character that needs to be unfielded, if you compare them to doing something like this, it'll be a pretty big upgrade. So I guess Mono Hydro. Freeze with Escoffier as the only cryo character will be an upgrade over Mono Hydro teams. Moalani is a character from Natlan that's a catalyst, which means you can give her TDDS and you can give her Cinder City. And if you play this wheelchair team with Cinder City and with TDDS for Escoffier, it's even better. Now, is it actually better than Molani's carry teams? Maybe not, but it'll be a lot more comfortable to play.
I've already addressed that.
So it won't be that bad. And then on top of that, TDDS isn't even that bad of a weapon for Molani's personal damage, because she's an HP scaler, so she doesn't care about the low base attack from a 3-star weapon, and TDDS is an HP substat. So there's that, I suppose. It works, but it won't necessarily be an upgrade. Next, we can talk about characters that can use Escoffier not in a wheelchair team, just as an off-field damage dealer and or cryo applicator. So, Mawika. I'm not entirely sure what the rotations are going to be, but I do expect it to be possible to use Escoffier as the source of cryo application for Mawika. We already showed the rotation for that. It'll probably be okay. It won't be much better than the current cryo options because her ER requirements will be pretty high, so her personal damage will be relatively low, but it'll work at the very least. Other than that, she will actually work on a Kenichi team. Kenichi teams need to have a Burning Aura on enemies, which can be maintained by Kenichi's Dead Replication. And if you also have an off-field Pyro, like Mawika, your last slot, a lot of people use Emily, some people use Yansan. Escoffier will be a viable last slot here. She'll get some melts, and she won't yoink the Burning Aura. I don't think it'll necessarily be better, but it will be at the very least viable. Chaska teams, it's actually going to be pretty good. If you look at current Chaska teams, people often want to use Farina, but if you use Farina, your healer options are quite limited to pretty much either Bennett or Chevaleuse. Well, because Escoffier is a healer, you will actually be able to use Escoffier in this slot here, and it'll increase Farina's personal damage, but she also has pretty good personal damage of her own. And then you get pretty good freeze uptime. And Freeze Chaska is actually going to become one of Chaska's better teams. Will it necessarily be the best team for her? No. Bennett, Mawika, Zitlali will not be removed. but it will at least be one of the pretty good ones. Other than that, you have, I suppose, Arlecchino. You could also use Escoffier as the off-field cryo in a melt team. It'll work. It'll be like Rosaria. The speed of application for Escoffier is she applies cryo every other hit, and it hits every second. So it's the exact same speed as Rosaria, but it lasts for longer, which means anything that Rosaria enables for reactions, Escoffier will enable as well. In an Arlecchino team, you're not really, most of the time you're not using Farina, so you don't need to use Escoffier's burst necessarily. And if you don't need to use the burst, then she doesn't have ER requirements, so you can build her full damage. Yeah, the one thing I want to mention here, when it comes to using Escoffier with Arlecchino, is unlike Citlali, you have your application every 2 seconds the whole time, as opposed to Citlali's application being front-loaded at the very start from her skill hitting every 2 seconds, but also the burst Spirit Skull Vessel explosion that happens towards the start of your carry's uptime. And that means that you might have to wait for like half a second because Arlecchino applies pyro a little bit faster than once every 2 seconds.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Or like if I start hitting right now. Okay, fuck you. That's really cringe. I hate you so much. Bro did not need to jump to dodge my attacks when I wanted to show something. That was really rude of him. Fucking Lord of Sand.
Your journey ends here,
Okay.
Lord of Sand. Your
So,
sacrifice is ready.
if I just mash my normal attacks, I will end up overtaking. And losing some melt because of it. So, you might have to wait a little bit, and something to keep in mind if you end up having to wait is that if you wait at the wrong time, it will change your reactions. It will make it so that your reactions aren't happening on the same hits, right? So what I mean by that is if I wait here, you end up getting a melt on your third or your second or third hit instead of only on your first hit always. And so generally you want to wait, you want to put your waiting periods in between each either 2 and 3s or 1 and 5.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Like, I can wait here, no problem. Oh, right. But you don't want to do 1 and 3 and then wait. Anyways, let's keep going. She doesn't provide a buff to crit rate like Rosaria does, but she has personal damage, so it'll be pretty similar to using Rosaria. It'll be at least pretty decent. Like it'll be good. You can obviously also just play double cryo. You can play her in a Gaming team. It'll be good. You can play her a Navia team. I suppose we can mention Navia. She can be the healer for your team instead of Bennett if you don't have Bennett, or if you don't have Bennett available, I mean, and you want to use Navia Farina. I suppose, yeah, I should also talk about Hu Tao. Honestly, with Hu Tao, it's a little weird. Against unfreezable enemies, she might yoink some of your application. Against freezable enemies, it'll probably be pretty good. We can just compare it to Rosaria without looking at healing stuff. Alright, you end up missing like 1 or 2 melts over your rotation on a freezable enemy, but it's generally not the melts that happen on charge attacks. It's generally the normal attack melts that you miss, or melts or vapes, sorry. And so for most of the reactions, it just either doesn't change anything or transforms vapes into melts. So it'll be pretty good at the very least. Will
Yeah,
it be
I'd say it's pretty similar to using Shenyun or Shilonen for Hu Tao. Sometimes slightly better, sometimes slightly worse, depending on how lucky you get with your reactions.
better than using Xianyun or Shilonen? I don't think so. I think it's going to be viable, but that's it. Then triple cryo is just a little too sus with Hu Tao, right? Even if you use like Kea that has faster application, the biggest problem is that applying cryo onto an enemy that already has a cryo aura doesn't help. And most of the time, your cryo applications are not happening exactly in between each pyro hit. Right, and we end up losing aura pretty early. Yeah, in order for it to work, you need to consistently apply cryo in between the normal attack. Xiao for niche, you'll be able to use it in. The rest is pretty straightforward. You'll be able to use it in a Xiao team. You'll be able to use it in just, yeah, pretty much anywhere. All in all, Escoffier gonna be a very versatile character, but also not, right? Like, she's gonna be powerful enough that even outside of her niche, she'll be good, but obviously she'll be a lot better in her niche. It's just, I really don't like her design in the sense that I never liked character restrictions, things that actively restrict the teams you can do. I like that at least she still works outside of teams with that fulfill the restrictions, but I don't know how to feel about the fact that her teams for the crowd carries are a lot better than their other teams. Like, it's not just that Escoffier is like giving you restrictions to get the best out of her kit. It's also that Ayaka's teams outside of Escoffier are just so much worse than with her. It's kind of like if they released Nilo and Nahida, but Hyper Bloom didn't exist, and the only team where you used Nahida was with Nilo. And that's just kind of sad to me. And that's without getting into how much worse it is for Skirk. All of that being said, I also think it's really unfortunate that it doesn't change any of the freeze mechanics. I have been hoping for some improvements to freeze teams for a while, but I think that just giving a shredder like Chevreuse to freeze teams is the most boring way to go about it, in the same way that I think Chevreuse is a pretty boring unit. If I were tasked with designing a character that reinvigorates freeze teams, I would have made it a character that changes the way the freeze reaction works, kind of like Nilo changes the way Bloom works, where instead of triggering Frozen with Hydro and Cryo, you trigger Chilled, and instead of freezing the enemy, it just slows them down, so it works against bosses, and when you use a blunt attack on a chilled enemy, it still triggers Shatter, but it does not remove the chilled aura. Basically, I think that it would have been really cool for Freeze to take the direction of actually incentivizing its reaction mechanics, actually giving you a reward for triggering Shatter. Anyways, it is what it is. As usual for the pre-release stuff, keep in mind that it's always subject to change, so keep an eye out for the first...
I haven't really changed my mind on that. I think that Escoffier is a really boring character. My thoughts on her power level overall have, like, slightly changed. They haven't really changed in nature, they're just somewhat intensified, I guess. After testing her more and thinking about it more, and after the SKIRK leaks we've had, I think Escoffier is probably better than I gave her credit for in the pre-release. She's definitely one of the best characters in the game. One thing about Escoffier that's kind of weird is that Furina existing makes healing more valuable, but it's hard to properly attribute whose power that is. Is that Furina's power, or is that the healer's power? To me, I think it's... I lean more towards saying that it's a healer's power than Furina's power. Because Furina's passive is worthless if you don't have a healer, but healing is still healing if you don't have Furina. But if they keep releasing a lot of powerful healers like Escoffier,
then the healing requirement is going to become trivial to use, and then it will make a lot more sense to attribute the power of that fanfare buff all to Farina rather than split between her and the healer. Right now, though, I'd say that Iskafi is definitely up there as one of the strongest characters in the game. I think that she actually is competing with Bennett for the title of best support. I think Escoffier is better for freeze than Citlali is for melt. I think that's saying something. And I think she's very much a continuation of the power creep trend, which kind of sucks. You know, so something I've realized lately is Genshin is it's like Hoyo's trying to make me feel conflicted, because they're finally adding some of the stuff that we've been asking for such a long time, but at the same time they're also making incredibly blatant and kind of shitty power creep. So on one hand, I'm really happy, and on the other, I'm pissed off. Like, I'm really happy that we're finally getting new forms of endgame content. On top of that, it seems like co-op is actually going to be meaningful. So we're going to get actual co-op things to do that aren't just outright worse than... Because, like, current co-op content outside of event stuff is basically just that fucking meme of the guy putting a stick inside of his bike's front wheel. Like, playing co-op is actively making your gameplay experience significantly worse in every way, except for the social aspect of it, right? Having actual incentives for co-op outside of just the social aspect of it is great, and I'm glad we're finally getting that. Having more endgame content is great, and I'm glad we're finally getting that. We're supposedly getting fucking artifact presets, but like for real next patch. Only 2 presets per character, but still. Like, these are the sort of things that I've been asking for such a long time. But them coming at the same time as this incredibly blatant power creep makes me feel very conflicted. It's not real presets. From what I understand, it's the current, like, custom preset system, like the custom fast equip, where you recommend, or you generate, sorry, but if you check alternatives and you change them, it saves the alternatives you changed. So it actually is a preset. It's just that instead of selecting the artifacts manually, you have to go through an additional step for it for some reason. Like, the current system, you can't save changes to the generated thing if you check alternatives, but you can at least try to set up your, like, your pre-generation so that it does the right thing. Yeah, great assault, alright. Hoyo is great at giving you something that's almost what you want, but is actually completely worthless. So yeah. Anyways. All that being said, it's gonna be overall powerful character. Not really that much else to say. She's strong. If you care about any Hydro or Cryo carries, she's probably gonna be an upgrade for you. And I'm pissed off. As usual, hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. Reminder, if you're watching this in the first few days that this video is out, I'm doing a charity stream on the 26th. I'll probably be starting stream around 10 or 11 a.m. EST. But I will be making a community post on YouTube when I do start. So make sure to drop by. If you'd like to contribute, I would very much appreciate that. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Right, let me notify the editors. Recorded. Escoffier post-release.
An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Practice makes perfect. True. Co-oping tier list? We could continue that. Pet tier list. Should we do a pet tier list real quick first? Wait, that's not... Oh. That's a, like, Pokemon tier list. Okay. Wait, what the fuck are these? Okay, sorry. That's the first necessary step. That's the first necessary step, okay? Like, I'm sorry, but like, yeah. Okay. A lot of these are actually pretty good, honestly. What is my favorite? I think a how's my favorite one. Either a how or Eats Papa. This one is Eats Papa, right? Or is this one Sitlalin? That's Sitlalin? Fuck. Wrong one. But that's definitely my top two. That's definitely my two favorite ones. Also, I've put too many tiers. I have to scroll too much. We'll fix it later on. And I don't think anything else would go in S tier for me. Ushi's great, but Ushi's not a how or Sitlalin. Ushi goes in A, I think. And I think Guoba goes in A as well. I think Gentium Usher also goes in A. I think Surintendant Cheval Marin goes in D. Like, I'm sorry, but what the fuck do you mean Cheval Marin? Bro fucking put C space horse into Google Translate instead of seahorse. There's a space? No, it's just... A seahorse in French is not sea and horse both translated. They have an actual name. And calling it Cheval Marin is so stupid. Sorry, it's dumb. Yeah, but Hippocampe sounds like shit. You sound like shit. Anyways, Cabaneta is probably B. It's not Usher, but it's pretty good. The thing is, there's a lot of B, I think. A lot goes in B. Uguay is probably high B. Pear, probably B. Baron Bunny, low B. Oz, high B. Kave's Suitcase, probably low B. Manchai, probably mid to high B. Eats Papa, probably low B. Kakuku. I don't know what to say about Kakuku. Cause like, I actually do think that Kakuku's pretty funny as long as Aoife shuts the fuck up. Like, Kakuku's vocabulary with Kakuku's intonation and voice acting works. But that vocabulary with normal voice acting does not. Like, no way, bro, is kind of funny, but bro, dude, is not. And so if you're the fact that Kakuku is so closely tied to Aoife makes him actively worse. Yeah, what do you guys think of my Kakuku voice line, by the way? Bro is actually him, yeah. Do it again? No, I'm worried the next time won't sound as good. We got it on the first try. I'm never saying it again. But yeah, so I think Kakuku goes C because of Aoife. If Aoife didn't exist, Kakuku would probably make it to low A. Because I actually do think Kakuku's kind of funny. But Aoife ruins him. I think Dodoko is probably very low B. I don't know what the fuck Razor's stand is called, but in my brain it's called Please. Because of how CN Razor yells, "Please!" when he bursts. And it's really funny. And so that's enough to make it low B. And I think that's it for low B. Kool-Aid Amber, probably middle C. Hu Tao's Ghost, kind of boring. Low C, I guess. Yume Glorp's things, I don't give a shit. No one cares. Molani's surfboard. D because it always fucking misses. Yeah, that's a good point. Worthless ass stupid idiot. I don't know what Sayu's thing is called. Pretty shit though. ID. What the fuck is that? Is that Goro? We'll put it low C, I guess. Dory's Genie. I'm a superficial man, okay? Looks are all that matter to me. And Dory's Genie kind of looks pog. So I'll put it a high C. despite it being Dory. The snake. What's her name again? Tongsheng, right? Actually, you know what? That probably makes B. And then these things. Okay. Lenny's thing goes to D because what the fuck do you mean? What kind of word is Malkin? What do you mean Grin Malkin hat? The fuck are you yapping about, you fucking worthless man? And then Lynette's is like, whatever. I don't feel strongly about it. Okay, now we need to add the tiers again for Chiori. Alright. So this is my, like, Pokemon slash small entity tier list. It's a bit too zoomed out like this. Alright, this is probably enough. Why is Tomoto solo? Because how the fuck has Chiori been out for like, what, a year? Or some shit? But the animation for this are still stuck in alpha. Like, when are they planning on implementing the animations for this? Stop T-posing like an idiot and move! Why is Oz so low? Oz is literally top 7 right now. That's not that low. It's a doll? Oh! That certainly fixes it. Like, if you're gonna be saying, no, it's fine for it not to move because it's a doll, why is it doing damage to enemies? You gotta suspend your disbelief to some extent here. Alright? Like, an attack that just deals damage without an animation is boring as fuck. If it doesn't move, have Chiori throw it or some shit. I don't know. But don't just make it T-pose there like an idiot. Anyways. I think a How I probably like more than Citlalin, actually. What does Kenichi's name card look like? Is a How on it? Maybe I should get friendship levels on Kenich. Yeah. No, it doesn't beat Citlali's name card. A How is better, but not because of what a How looks like, but rather because a How is a really fun addition to the Natlan cast. I can't do that yet, and I can't do that yet. The only thing that's left for Natlan, the Land of Fire, and competition are things that I literally can't do right now. Here, I could do this, probably. And then we could also do these things, but ugh. That sounds annoying.
What's... Let's do this. Fuck it. It's not really achievements, it's just the achievements are guiding me towards exploration things, so I might as well do them. So I need to interact with a viewpoint below Masters of the Nightwind and Zalek Vale. Is it here? Yeah, it is.
A little extra training.
Okay, where is it? It's supposed to be a viewpoint somewhere. Anyone know where it is? I might have already gotten it, so... He's like I might have, yeah. I've done this, yes. 100%. I think. Is there somewhere that logs all the viewpoints you've gotten? Archive geography. Thank you. It's supposed to be... The viewpoint, the story recorded is only accessible by completing it. The story recorded. The story, okay, so I've done this, yeah. Then, the mystery of Teko... Completing this grants the achievement, truth cannot be fabricated. Have I gotten that? Wonders. Truth. Yes, I have. So I've done the 2 requirements for this. So then, Pale Mist. Don't know what the heck a Pale Mist is, but we'll find out, I suppose.
Supposed to be pretty much exactly here. Oh. What the fuck? Activate. Extract yellow. We gotta make something yellow? Probably. But what? Aww. Wait, can we like... Oh. That doesn't do anything. Bro, what the... Do I have to stay inside here? And do this? No. Maybe we have to hit like the very start of it? No. So, when I'm standing here, and I do that, this thing starts shining. I guess I gotta make it orange, not yellow. But there's no red. So how do I do that? Oh, I can touch this? Wait, what does that do? Doesn't do anything. There doesn't seem to be any response. I mean, I need to put color in here, but I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Like, the only things I see that you can interact with are the things I've already done and this yellow. But it doesn't look like there's anything I can throw this yellow at that's gonna do anything. Throw it inside there. I might just not be seeing something I need to see. Because this is definitely not doing anything. Maybe there's a third statue somewhere. I really don't get it, man. I get it. Yeah, that's kind of dumb, man. It did not look like you could make this go... Okay, whatever. Failing a puzzle playtested for 5-year-olds? Okay, buddy. If there was a puzzle where the solution was to suck your own thumb, alright, I'd lose to a 2-year-old, okay? And honestly, I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not. Like, what do you want me to say? I'm not. I'm not ashamed of that. Yeah, a 5-year-old might have been able to do it, because they would have just fucking hit everything. But I tried to think of a solution instead of just bashing my head against the wall, okay? And I'm proud of that. Is it this? No, I don't think so. What is that, though? There's no Ictiosaurus anywhere. I don't want to swap my team. Hit her?
Why me?
Is the solution here to hit her again?
You can't wait till I finish the song.
Oh, this is a local legend. I see. I'll be back later then. Well... No, yeah, I'll be back later. Okay, here we definitely need an Icto... we need to activate... Bro. And we're gonna need specific colors. I guess we just want red? Maybe? Yeah. Dude, I'm so fucking good. Remarkable chest. Alright, that's fucked up.
Are these edible?
Talk to the will of the mysterious graffiti. It's like over there.
Let's go. Let's run.
Hey, we got the finishing touch. Huge!
Did that grow out of the ground?
And that's the end of every Natlan exploration achievement that I can get. Because the only one that's left, the only ones that are left are level 10 statue, which we can't do, and level 50 Ta of Ta, which we also can't do. And I've done all the ones in the mountain as well. I could do duelist? Yeah, but I don't want to. This is gonna take too long. There's so many, man. Could do some of the challenger ones. Defeat the unusual Haley Turtle 50 times. Okay, no, I'm not doing the challenger ones. That's fucked up. Nah. Fastest fold ever? Yeah. I mean, I'll take it, honestly. Ooh, 54k Mora? Insane. Wait, am I at 8 mil yet? No. Damn. Alright, time to go back to Fontaine and do some more exploration here. Actually, should we do the quest we've been procrastinating on? Go back to Taloshar? Been procrastinating on a lot of quests? I mean, that's true, but still.
Paimon coming in. Time to roll.
What do we do now with Hazi? The letter says that this is the second threat now. What do you mean, second? Where was the first one? Sorry, we stole it. It wasn't us, but still. Right now, I'm still leaning towards Taloshal being the culprit, by the way. She's sus. Okay? Actually, not skipping lore? No, I'm not skipping lore for this one. This Melusine pissed me off so much that I'm gonna read her quest so I can hate her with more knowledge of what she is. Yeah, okay, we already read this. Outrageously, it would seem that your paper hasn't a shred of remorse. Having not yet caught the attention of the authorities, I made good on my promise by dismembering Sir Arthur and burying him in a field. Gee. Okay, it's definitely not Taloshal then. I forgot, what did she do? It's the way she was talking about Rocher. She was like outright angry at him for being homeless. Like, it was more than being a snob, it was like actual hatred. Anyways. Buried with him are your paper's evil deeds from 30 years ago. Furthermore, I have spread the word. Treasure maps, or clues to Dr. Mosso's base, shall surely make the treasure hunters come flocking, no? Soon, your misdeeds shall come to light, alongside that bird's remains. Crow or blackbird? Sir Arthur shouldn't have to suffer. Oh no, not the poor robot. By the way, we're like outright currently helping the corrupt powers that be maintain the fog over the population's eyes. That's kind of wild, man. Business as usual, true. The Traveler is not a good person. But we're getting paid, so I'll fucking take it.
Traveler's a grifter for Mora? I mean, fuck, so am I, man. Why did it, like, default to not showing him in frame, by the way? Whatever. Okay. Oh! Is Rocher's wife Kevin's mom? Is Kevin Rocher's son? Oh, I didn't connect the dots before. Well, that makes sense. Oh. Give useful items for the puppy to have a sniff. Okay. Yeah, we should give him the letter, right? Another threatening letter. Holy, a common chest. Sir Arthur's wing.
That grow out of the ground?
That did not grow out of the ground, actually. Fine, I'll murder both of you.
Yeah! Bring it! Hero incoming!
Fine, I can only murder one of you.
Pretty good.
Oh, Valberry's here. It's Sir Arthur's body! Ah! So cruel. How dare they torture this robot? Oh no, it's the Fatui. alright? We're all co-worker. Oh no! She's Russian? Fuck, dude!
Oof! Look out below! Hands where I can see them!
Hear the echoes of the valley.
That's not Eon fun.
Charge! Yeah!
She's Russian, must be evil. True. Oh! It wasn't Rocher? Oh my god. Wait, I was so sure it was Rocher. I'm sorry, buddy, but I'm power crept. You can't run from Barissa. So what's gonna be the resolution of Rocher and his wife then? I'm invested. Oh, I see. That's wild, dude. Imagine naming your dog after your ex. Oh, that's wild, dude. Power move, true. I'm actually so confused right now.
Final warning! Hurry up, Brassa! Look out below! Headbutt! Hut! Hi! Ugh!
Wait, there's an Oculus here. That was cool. Hmm. Oh, I didn't skip this quest. I paid quite a bit of attention to this one. This doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense whatsoever. Oh yeah, he spread false rumors about himself because the public opinion was good data for the lie detector. Wait, could it not have been good data if it wasn't about you? The fuck are you, Yap? Like, what? Whatever. Ain't no way. Is this thing? Yeah. Faded under the sunlight, shining under the sunlight.
your weapons!
Where the fuck was there a barrel there, man? It makes me laugh every time Chauffeur says drop your weapons after having shot at people. It's so funny.
Hurry up, Grassa!
Dear Editor-in-Chief, you are correct in your judgment that the matter has reached the point of no return. These last few days, I've heard marchers calling for Curve to be destroyed. Last night, radical students broke into my lab and tried to do just that. Luckily, I discovered them in time. However, Curve is in increasing danger. I am compelled to act, and my plan is the following. I will revise the muscle protocols and related data of no practical significance in Curve score so that what remains is a sufficiently misleading trail. It will appear lie detectors are not capable of detecting lies, and that all the test results were covertly manipulated by myself. As for the ironclad evidence of fraud and deception of the public, I'll leave that in your capable hands. Kindly select a date for the exposure. 2. As soon as I'm convicted, I shall propose a duel, and when I fall in the duelist's ring, all will be put to rest. 3. I humbly request that you mobilize your paper to divert attention away from Curve. It should be thought of as a useless sham of a machine to be used as evidence in the case, and then sealed away by the Maréchal Phantom. There's no need to try and change my mind. I've thought through every last detail, and this storm is unlikely to pass until I, the main offender, am dead. Curve is my life's work, so I can't afford any more missteps. I ask that you exchange my life for his. Everything we've done so far has been effective, and Curve's lie learning module has derived redundant data that is incomprehensible. I believe that the seed of life has sprouted within him. Yours sincerely, Maso Lombroso. Okay, he's actually an idiot, man. What the fuck?
Heads up! Hi! Yeah!
This isn't right. For slacking.
Yeah! Kapow! Hero incoming!
Oh no.
Well, now!
Bro!
Stop right there! Bring it! Headbutt! Charge! Yeah! Charge!
Shooting you during a cutscene. Man, it's fucked up. Quick, fire at the Fatui. Pew. 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 I guess it's very fitting that we have Chevaliers on the team as we start shooting cultural minorities.
The poor oppressed Fatui. Yeah, maybe that's not a good parallel, huh? Who is the supervisor? Like, which Harbinger is it? Hmm. Who would do something like this? This sort of maneuvering? Yeah, Pantalone probably makes sense, yeah. No, the robot is sacrificing itself.
Running late again.
Did I miss the post release? Yes, you did. Damn. Did bro lie to us? That's crazy. That's really mean. I wanted to use my compass to see if I missed anything. I agree. Hello should have stayed behind instead of Curve, in my opinion. If Sergel stayed behind, the Fontaine government would have to pay out her life insurance and then dog some of the more they'd pay you. That's probably worth it, I think. I'd take a pay cut to get rid of her.
Ugh. Oh, is that Syndrome? I see. I see. Bro is summoning Neuvillette? Repeat the phrase, Talashar deserves death 3 times while looking in a mirror at 12 at midnight. And Neuvillette is gonna appear behind you. Wow. That's actually kind of a good ending. If it wasn't for Talashar being such an unlikable piece of shit, that would have been a really wholesome ending. You know, with like the whole learning how to lie and like manifesting and turning lies into the truth. And Talashar being like
Lighthouse of truth.
saying she's gonna do that. And like vowing to become the best agent to turn Curve's lie into the truth. Like that would be a really wholesome ending. But unfortunately, Talashar deserves death, so it kinda ruins it.
Lighthouse of truth.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Fuzzy. Like you need to keep your words to yourself. Any new work? Wait. Not today, Selena.
Time to roll.
I'm in the winding down stage of the stream right now. But I will be, yeah. Finish the work. Meow meow. Feed. Do I really need to fucking change my team so I can blow some goddamn leaves?
Chamber full and ready to...
See you tomorrow. Oh, time-gated quest. Pause. Oh. Oh! I'll take a time-gated quest that gives you 26k Mora every day. What the fuck? We're poggin'. Oh no, I understand. This is the like multiple rocks, right? There was another Leroy quest. It's gonna be Strange Stone Chronicle. Holy World Quest? Yes, sir. We're cleaning out the quest log, man. By the end of this patch, we will have 100% exploration on our map. I'm telling you right now. We probably won't, but we'll be pretty close, I think.
Let's fly! Bullseye!
Bro. Bro. All it took was bro pulling on every banner to get him to explore? Yeah, true. R&R collection stream when? Probably this patch. But when he asks you to clean his house and you whip out a shotgun. True, actually. So true. R&R quest, is it that dire? Yeah, it is. He's gonna collect all the R&R before me. Yes, I will. My god, how much yapping are they gonna do? This is not supposed to be a random ass world quest? Can you stop yapping, please? Thank you. Another 26k Mora. Insane. Almost at 8 mil. We're gonna reach the 10 mil, chat. I told you we were gonna reach 8-digit Mora this patch. It was true. Alright, I never lie. What made you so broke? Pulling for every not one character.
Here I go! Huh. Huh.
Huge. One more quest done. What is a strange part? Alright, and just like that, we are now at 8 mil more. Fucking insane. You should open the treasure maps you got from the Lost region. There's treasure maps? You got 3? Huh. That's good to know.
Hurry up, Grassa!
Why are the animals so French? I don't know.
Here I go!
It'll be faster to go from there again. Imagine if the clam ate the traveler. True.
Let's roll!
That would have been pog. What an insane fetch quest this is. Oh, I don't have a Fontaine character anymore. That means I can't do the elegant going up the water, like, yeah, thing. You know what I mean. Dolphin jump, yeah. My god, bro! How much fucking yapping is there gonna be? We're not even done yet? My fucking god. Well, this for 33k more. That is not worth it. Holy shit. Shortest world quest, yeah.
Hurry up, Brassa!
Wait a second. I don't think I'm supposed to go in there. They're gonna aggro, aren't they? No, they're not. Fixed. reserve this for later just in case. Capture Lil Rascal. Who the fuck? What the fuck is a Lil Rascal? Oh. It's the fishies. Or is it not? I'm confused. Oh. I should definitely get Nebula in here.
Perhaps we could take a walk by a...
Oh, fuck you. It's too shallow. That's fucked. Why did you have to aggro? You're being really annoying right now. There might be another entrance. Alright, let's see if there's another entrance. I'm an idiot. There it is. Return to Penny. Okay. Before I do that, let's go grab this.
Hurry up, Grassa!
Right? We can remove this now. Go back here.
Hurry up, Grassa! Huh.
Hi, Penny.
Hurry up, Grassa!
I wonder if I could just teleport to the end. Probably not.
Gidget has such chill background music. Yeah, if only it actually played all the time instead of going on and off because of combat. Alright! We got it. I want to check something. You don't get any Mora from this, so I don't care that much about doing it, huh? Alright. Ugh. Alright. Any other quests I want to do right now? Or is that gonna be it for today? I think it might be it for today. Yeah. Alright, I hope you all enjoyed your stay. Hope you had a good time, a pleasant experience in today's stream. I don't really feel like raiding anyone, so I'll just see you guys tomorrow.